Brick Love family, good day, good morning, good day, everybody. Good to see you here. The Sunday Easy, back up in here with my family. Welcome, everybody. Good day. I love you. Thank you for being here, crew. Yes, it is the Sunday Easy again. Time flies, doesn't it? This last week is just kind of flew for me and really strung me out, man. Tough one, but I'll get through it. And so do you. So welcome back, fam. Melted Red Brick University, like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. All proceeds go towards the advancement of meltology and meltologists. So keep that in mind. And Brick Love, one love to everybody out there today. Indeed, we have you up in here, Mr. Beast Fan, Melted Inverted Realm, Sandra Boys, the Drake, Oxax, there you are, Three Fingers, there you are. Many more, MIR, Sandra Boys is up in here. We had Red Brick Bob up in here, Chief, if I'm not mistaken, and many others coming in. Good to see you too, Mr. Beast Fan. All of you, my beautiful fam, there you are. Back at you, Drake. Back at you, brother. All my respect and love to everybody out here in the nest. And if you're just couch locked in watching, welcome to another Sunday Easy. We're going to have a nice one today. Smooth, relaxed, kick back. A little breakfast buzz to get us going. Spark them if you got them, crew. It is that time. And I sent out some links. Moderators, if you didn't see the page, I posted some stuff earlier. From now on, all moderators, you'll be getting a link to all upcoming streams. Whether you can fly in, hopefully. If not, that's okay. I understand. And if you can, I love you, much appreciated. And, it's me giving some brick love, one love to our moderators. And as you noticed, I put up a little note on the page congratulating some new moderators up in here in Melted Red Brick University. And I'm excited, really. We're getting almost to 5,000 subscribers now, which really is not a lot compared to looking at all the other stuff out there and all the subs and all. But, we got 5,000 that see the melt. And if they can't see it, just yet, they've got a clue when they're up in here wanting to learn. And that's what it's all about. It's about getting people into this to see what's going on, man. Meltology, we've been up here for a few years now and had a lot of people up here, as you know. And my goal has always been to get people involved in Melted Red Brick University, to come in, post their evidence. And we've had that, and we remember that. And thank you, Mark Galat, our Melted Reality, for posting up that little trip down memory lane. You can see it on the page. Mark posted up a great little flick for us, and bringing up some of the past, some of the live streams that we were doing with Spartan and everybody else up in there, and how much love and how much fun we had together. And, we still love each other, and hopefully we'll have fun again together. But until then, we've got a lot of solid crew coming in. We got a lot of new people that are coming in and have been posting up great evidence and doing their own thing with it too, and that's what's beautiful, is people checking us out, seeing what's there, and, coming up with their own stuff, their own little joints they roll and throw out there for us to puff, pass on, man. And that's greatly appreciated. It's always great to see other people's innovation into meltology and what they can contribute, because there's so many. I mean, you take how many people are out there, and you got that many different points of view, people that see, and we all have our own talents, and expressing that with meltology is such a great avenue. For one, it's just very educational, really. You get down to meltology and you start comprehending what we're about. that kind of evidence, people throwing up there, putting together, stitching together with the music and the flow of the evidence, it's just perfect. It's just, that's what we're about. That's why Spartan created this Melted Red Brick University and the Eagle Eye Crew and everything else that's been up in here. We owe much thanks to our beloved brother, Spartan Red. Laughing Eagle 007 Dread, the meme king, yes, the ruthless chiller himself. And you never know when he'll fly in. I wouldn't be surprised to see him here soon, actually. So I really hope that happens. And if you did get the link, moderators, I throw that out there out of brick love and respect for you. Your work, your appreciation to what we're doing, your steadfastness in the evidence and posting them. You'll be getting the link for every live stream coming up now. That's just part of being a moderator. We want to try to get you up in here. Do this with me, with Spartan, because it's great fun, but it's very educational too. I do more than just come up here and do this, and Spartan has done more than just come up here and done this. We've networked with other people before. You meet new people online and get to know them and what their thoughts are on meltology, amongst many other things out there. Because there's a lot of shit going on still. It ain't going to stop. The day-to-day, what's new in this insanity, is not a surprise. I've been into the rabbit hole, if you will, for over a good 40 years now, before the age of this tech. And, with the age of this tech, it's just really, really taken off for a good way, as far as getting the analysis of the unexplained and strange up for everybody to comment on, post up your streams on, give opinions on, because that's how we collectively come together to resist against this insanity tyranny that they're subjecting everybody to. And, it looks like round 2 might be coming up again for these people. And, I'm just kicking back and watching now because, we've all experienced for the last few years the bullshit that we've all had to live through. And for me, meltology has really helped me cope with it. And I know it's probably true for a lot of you out there in the crew, especially you older generation crew. We live through a timeline that the newer ones, aren't familiar with. And it's not so long ago, really, you think about it. And as far as time goes, a few decades is not a long time, but when you're talking about generations coming forward, when you have generations that haven't even experienced the past, obviously they weren't here yet. It's a little bit more difficult to grasp the concepts, the insight of some of us older ones up in here. Because we have been around for a while and we've seen this shit show coming on. We've seen them preparing the shit sandwiches for us to chew on, if you will, and it's easier to just call them out every damn time because we've seen it coming. We've seen the growth of it. We've seen the avenues taken to deceive us all. And, all this crap we got going on now, it's to a point now to where, for me, I just sit back and evaluate. I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I'm not. I'm an analyst, and there's a big difference. We have the melt, and we're all about the melt. In fact, we're the forefront, the tip of the spear, the shield of truth in meltology. We've done the most extensive work through this, and I mean you, crew. I mean everybody out there that's come up in here in Melted Red Brick University. You have laid the groundwork for meltology, and everybody coming up into it now. And you ought to be proud of your work. And I'm proud of you, and I know Spartan is as well. We're coming a long way. We've got almost 5,000 now, and that's not a lot of people. You think about it, 5,000. It's a lot more than we used to have. It's a lot more than we had when we first started out in meltology before Melted Red Brick University. before the creation of this platform by Spartan Red. We were all grouping together in the chats, just watching one little link, one little live stream. You remember, crew, if you're that salty. We've come a long way since then. And we've done a lot. And we're going to do a lot more because there's so much more. Obviously, Meltology umbrellas everything, really, from what's going on with this new advanced kind of toys that we see the so-called elite coming out with, and this stuff isn't new. It really isn't. All these fires being said, all this, dew energy, this and that, we've experienced in the past. I mean, we've seen the tech before 9/11, just an example. Oklahoma City bombing, just another example. The fires out in Northern California a few years ago where the cars are melted into the pavement and the trees are just fine right beside them. Yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen this deception before in many different forms. It's all these incidences through the decades that we've seen. Flight 800, another one, Lockerbie, another one. And it just goes on and on and on. I mean, if we really want to get back in, go down deep into the rabbit hole, you can go clear back to Tunguska, if you know anything about Tunguska. These phenomena have happened, and everybody's attributed them to atmospheric this and alien that. And, when you get down to it, we don't fucking know. But what we do know is the evidence of it. We've seen it. We've seen it. And, I get on these little dialogues, these little intro rants, if you will, and I don't like to call it a rant. I guess, before you could call it a rant when Fervent Heat got a little too fervent. I can get that way. I get that way fast, man, because I know what's at stake and I know what's going on. And so do you, crew. A lot of you do. And a lot of you are getting it now. And I think that's why our numbers are growing. I really do. People are waking up to the bullshit. They not be waking up to Meltology yet, but they're waking up to all kinds of other stuff. Because you look at the YouTube, man, the Facebook, there's so many streams of this and that popping up, and have been for a few years now. A lot of channels dealing with the same kind of dialogue we are, but just not really going where they need to be, where we're at. And hopefully we're coaxing them along, because I know you're out there watching. I do. And I appreciate you. And I know you don't comment and get involved in our group and everything, but I do appreciate you watching. And I know you are, because I see it. I see it in the formats of your streams. You're starting to say the right words. You're starting to see and put it together. And you're starting to be less afraid if you got a platform out there and you've been showing kind of the same stuff that we do, but, not going as far as we do. You're coming there. You're getting there. And that's important. That is important. Once again, this message, Meltology, is going to have to be brought on by a collective force, not a single individual. Whatever collective force it is, whether it be here, whether it be somewhere else, or whether we all come together as conspiracy analysts, okay, we can be a strong force in this change that needs to happen. And that's where I see Meltology taking us. I really see it growing. And I really see, a lot of stuff coming on as far as, the motherfuckers taking down the tech or controlling the tech, or you got to have some kind of permission to be on the tech. All these thought processes coming on. About how long we'll be able to do this. But the fact remains, the damage is done. We've woken people up by the millions, really, with all the other chans out there with their huge sub lists, with ours, with all the other Meltology streams out there with their sub lists. It goes back to, you cannot unsee what you've seen. And that's the deal. That's the point. Because the melt doesn't go away. We got Fred in the nest. Just talked to Fred live a little bit ago. Yeah. And Fred's about as salty as you can get. Fred's been here since the get-go. The first one was Spartan on the live stream. And Fred's one that kind of helped bring me along, man. Fred responded to a lot of my comments and stuff back in the day before I was doing this. And he was one of my first points of contact in this, man. And I love you, Fred. I really do, brother. You know, you've got such wisdom with you. You know, from where you're at, you've seen the changes in your area and what you grew up with. And you see the same thing as I just talked about, brother. I know, we just talked about it. And much love to Fred. And been a moderator, first moderator, I believe, in Melted Red Brick University. So again, Fred, man, beloved brother here. I consider a special consultant to Melted Red Brick University. Fred knows the background of everything up in here because he's been up in here. And I just wanted to highlight you, brother, for you and all your contributions to the Eagle Eye crew and to Melted Red Brick University. So one love to our brother Fred. Brick love, brother. We've got some new ones up here in the nest. There you are, Red Brick Bob. Red Bricks. Hope you're having a good day today, brother. I hope you got that shit charged up. I got mine charged up, man. So good to see you, man. And we got, hold on a minute. We got some new ones up here in the crew today. Yes, we do. Here's one right here. Welcome and congratulations, Red Nenki. Red RDNKENKI. Brick love, one love to you, man. Brother, sister, whoever you are, thank you for being here. And again, congratulations on your new vision, man. I hope you've really learned something coming up in and seeing the evidence and, you know, breaking down the melt with us. And I'm glad to see you up in here. And welcome to the fam. So Eagle Eye crew, give some brick love to our brother, sister here. Don't know which one, but you're here and that's important. And thank you. Thank you. Just going down the chat, crew, checking some stuff out. Of course, Drake. Absolutely. To our brother Fred. On top of it, has been from day one. And absolutely, Fred, or Drake, much respect to Fred. See, this is what we're about, crew. This is what we're about right here. That's what we're about. Family. Oh, you're welcome, Fred. I love you, dude. You're welcome, brother. Curtis 47, there you are, man. I saw you in earlier, I think. And yeah, man, Curtis 47, another beloved brother here, man. You know, again, I'll state this, you know, Curtis, you came out here from Cali, drove all the way to where I'm at to meet me. And what an honor for me. What an honor for me. I don't find myself to be anything special, really. I find myself, most would probably describe me as a pissed off old fucker. And it's not pissed off, it's just aggravated and disheartened by what I see with everything going on out there. The same thing you see, crew. The despair in people's eyes. When you're out and about doing what you do, I do where I'm at. I see the despair on a major level. And, you know, it's really heart-wrenching when you see children being towed along in that despair. It gives me a new fire. It just keeps this pilot light in me fucking lit when I see children suffering, man. Out of the bad decisions and the influence of those charged with their care, i.e. mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, whoever it may be. You know, time has to come to where we observe what's going on and take action to make the change happen. And meltology is how we do it. Altering minds and changing perspectives is what we're about. That's why we call the evidence what we do, evidence, because it is evidence. It's evidence that there's been a false narrative forever now. And that goes through our institutions, geology, science, religion, politics, everything is a deception. Our history, most foremost, who we are and where we come from, forever now, most will go right back to your religious narratives. But through meltology, we've shown that narrative doesn't hold water when it comes to the evidence. Just a second, crew. Hold on a minute, crew. Elizabeth Sumter coming in. Moderator. Melted Red Brick University throwing some fire evidence. Fire evidence. Hold on, Elizabeth. You clicked out. Hold on, sweetheart. Let's see what's up. Hit that link again, baby. StreamYard's like this. Sometimes it'll click you out. And I know all about that. Give me a second, crew. Just waiting for Elizabeth to come back in. When you come back in, Elizabeth, you're going to be backstage, and I have to bring you up in. So when you come backstage, just hang out a minute, sweetheart, and I'll get you up in here. And, and that's another reason moderators are going to get the link from now on is, I challenge you to challenge yourself. I challenged myself a few years ago with Spartan's invite. And it's just taken off ever since. I've learned so much. Here you go, baby. Just a second. What's going on with StreamYard? Hold on, Elizabeth.
Am I in? Am I in?
There you are, baby. How you doing, honey?
Great, doing great. How are you?
Oh, you know me. Always up in here. Always up in here. We got Elizabeth Sumter up in the nest, crew. Here's our sister right here. Boots on the ground hound, meltologist on the make. Look at you. Hey, Elizabeth, tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm out here in Missouri. I'm actually sitting on some melt right now. I've been a nomad for a little while and have been wondering what's surrounding me in Missouri all my life. And none of the questions or none of the answers were really making sense, like the whole volcanic stuff. And then I kind of looked into the mud fossils, and that didn't really add up because it just doesn't look like it could be a giant. So then I stumbled upon meltology, and it was like, this is the answer, and it's everywhere where I live at. I grew up in this town, Troy, which is where I'm at right now. Okay. And there's a state park in Troy that is just bluffs everywhere, and I have found an entrance to a cave, but it's blocked off, of course. So
right, exactly.
But yeah, interesting stuff.
It is, and you mentioned, you were into the mud fossil kind of stuff, the petrified this, that, and probably some other unexplained stuff out there before. And I'm the same way, Elizabeth. Like I said, I've been looking into shit for over 40 years now, and nothing ever made sense to me. It always took us to the, unexplained, see you next stream. Oh, and by the way, buy my book. And that's what we've gotten with for decades now. it's all been a front for moneymakers, for gatekeepers. And Meltology has brought us to the point to where it goes, it snaps, it clicks, you see it, you can't deny it. And
Yep.
it's such a paradigm shift, isn't it, Elizabeth?
It is such a shift. It really is, because you really, like, you look around and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm everywhere we are. We're sitting on top of some mass civilization or whatever this, it's massive everywhere. It's huge.
Yeah.
And in Troy, a lot of it seems like it's mainly underground, except for this area, which is above ground. So I'm looking forward to the wintertime when I can actually get a better view of everything when the leaves are gone. I really feel like they let everything grow up on purpose, so we can't, stay on the trail. And we have no idea what's right behind us.
Absolutely. And, that's why most of your government agencies, your park and forest rangers and all of that, they've kept us out of so many areas, and they've destroyed so much. But it's still there. We just got to pick it out. And that's why your boots on the ground and everybody else's is so important. Like Mark Galat, our Melted Reality boots on the ground, Eagle Eye Crew brother of ours, and many others out there that he influenced. That's very important. That, it gets us out there, gets us with each other, and gets us out of our cubicles, our cages, if you will. So
right.
I'm going to hit you with a couple more questions, because I feel there's some topics that we need to talk about. And I'm so glad you came in, Elizabeth, because you can give us your perspective now. How has Meltology changed your relationships with people?
Well, most of them are, once I start talking about it, they either completely shut off, or when they go with me and I show them in person, then it's like, oh, wow, yeah, there's definitely something to this. And then, they're like, yeah, this is definitely, but it's you have to see it sometimes to believe it, and then other relationships have totally, my my sister thought I was pretty nuts, so we don't talk anymore, but that's all right.
Right.
That's all right, because you gotta, if they don't want the message, then you gotta dust your feet off and move on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we gotta comprehend that even our loved ones and our most respected ones, this is new to them, and they're just as asleep as everybody else is. And just because they're our family doesn't mean that they're going to get it. It doesn't mean they're going to respond kindly to it. And a lot of us have experienced that, Elizabeth.
What was weird is she was totally on board. We've been looking into different conspiracy theories forever, me and her. Like we went through the flat earth stuff together, and it was like we both were blown away by that. And then she was the actual one that told me about the Meltology first. And so we started looking into it, and I started really like, whoa, this makes sense. This absolutely makes sense. And then her attitude started changing the other direction. So it was like, that's when the kind of split happened. And it's like, that's weird how you could accept flat earth and you could see all this other evidence about that, but the Meltology stuff, it's like there's still a block there, a mental block for some people.
Yes.
But it is hard to, that cognitive dissonance is real for a lot of people, and it's hard to fight past that, I think.
Absolutely. It's been ground into our psyche from the get-go. People just don't know anything else. And how can you learn about something that's so foreign and alien to you? When your mind, your thought processes are just focused in one direction for your whole life. Meltology is the topic of topics, if you will. It really makes you ask yourself serious questions inside your own head. And some people aren't strong enough to do that.
Right.
especially when it affects their comfort zones that they're in. It makes you uncomfortable, and that's why we get aggression from people. It's not as much aggression as it is fear, and that's just a typical response to the unknown, I guess. But
I think a lot of people don't want to accept that everything that they've been told is a lie. You know?
Yeah. But it's coming along, and we do what we do, and we're going to continue to do it. And we've got some brick love coming your way from everybody, Elizabeth. You're such a wonderful young lady and a brilliant meltologist, and we're honored to have you up in here today.
Thank you. That means a lot. It really does. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, darling. And we got some new ones up in here. We have, hope I don't pronounce it wrong, but we got Pants on the Ground. Whelming Truth. Exactly, brother. Brick love to you, man, and thank you for being up in here. Can't wait to see your evidence. And speaking of evidence, crew, if you're new up in here, this is what we do. We collect evidence and we post them up on the stream. Then we bring them up live stream and we break them down. And that's what we do. So if you're out there, please start posting up your evidence. If you're new into the crew, new into Melted Red Brick University, let's see your evidence. Show us your melt. Show us your melt. And there's been so many new ones coming up in with great evidence. And some of it we've seen before, especially you salty crew out there. A lot of this evidence that we see, we've seen it, a lot of it before. But it's just exciting to see it again because that's the overwhelming evidence. It's always jaw-dropping every time you see it. And what it also shows is you're out there hunting for it. You're out there looking for it. And that's what's important, hunting for that melt. And, that brings me back to the contest coming up. And I want to touch on that a little bit, Elizabeth. I'm working with Spartan. We put that thing together to get more involvement, to show people to get in and how to collect the evidence and find that one pick that you just blows you away. We want you to save that one and post it up. And the contest, like I stated, there's going to be a first, second, and third prize, and it's monetary, and I'm putting it up. I am. And because I want to we'll give a little incentive, a little something back to the people that post up. And first prize is $100, second prize is $75, third prize is $50. It may not be a lot, but it's something, and it's my contribution. People respond. People respond to that. So it's just going to get more involvement, and that's what it's about. It's getting people involved.
Yeah, absolutely. The more you go out and look, the easier it is to spot, and the more you understand the whole subject. It's amazing.
Yes. Oh, look who we got up in here, Elizabeth. We got Melanie up in the nest. Hey, sweetheart. Good to see you.
Hi.
Excellent. I'm just reading the chat here a little bit, Elizabeth. Hey, sweetheart, did you bring any evidence you wanted to show?
Well, I could probably show you a little bit right here.
Okay, are you on a laptop or on your phone?
I'm on my tablet.
Okay.
But I'm right here. I don't know if you can see this area.
Oh, there we go.
Can you see anything?
Yes. Look at that.
So yeah, I'm right here on top of the structure and you look out, it's there's quarries all around here.
Yeah. I love it. I love this. You know, you look at that evidence and, you know, Elizabeth's coming up here for her first time and she's out there doing boots on the ground. It's beautiful.
I'm sorry. I think I lost you for a second.
Oh no, we saw your evidence. I was saying how you're out there on your first time coming into the nest and you're out there boots on the ground. You know. And that evidence that you were showing us, Elizabeth, can you hear me okay, hon? Can you hear me, Elizabeth? Can you hear me, sweetheart? She's back and forth in the tech. I get it, Elizabeth. But what Elizabeth was showing us, you know, her boots on the ground out there, all that meltology coming out from the grass, from the shrubs, you know, that's just grass and shrubs on a huge, massive melted structure. Elizabeth just showed us the evidence, and that's what we need to comprehend out there doing boots on the ground. Is you have to kind of imagine what the terrain is like without the green, without all the shrubs and the grass and the trees. And, you know, train your eyes to pick out the melt because it's there. If it's exposed and it's not vegetation, it's melt. Absolutely is. And you can prove that. Nice work, Elizabeth, says Drake. Absolutely. Absolutely. Live. Absolutely, she is. Elizabeth, don't mess around. Good stuff, sweetheart. Can you still hear me, Elizabeth? I think you might be on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm
there. You
trying
go.
to fix.
There you go. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I had a little technical difficulty.
Oh, that's okay, hon.
Yeah, I wasn't I don't have a whole lot of evidence other than right here where I'm at right now. Because I've been working on the direct energy weapon files this weekend, so that's been keeping me pretty busy.
Yes, I've seen that, Elizabeth, and brilliant stuff. You're getting into documentation now of all that do stuff, and you know that's been reinvented over the decades. We've seen evidence of this shit before, like I said, 9/11. You got still I-beams, massive still I-beams turning into dust in the midair.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of self-explanatory. You know, it doesn't take much to put it together.
Yeah. But I think it's helping to wake people up. You know, a lot of people that wanted to say like, oh, the government's great, they support us, they love us, they want the best for us. They're finally starting to realize, and I'm getting more messages from people being like, oh, this is what you're posting is making me realize that's the point. We got to wake more people up, you know.
Absolutely.
We are more.
Oh, we got Homa Bliss up in here too. Yes. It is time to wake up. And, you know, I've heard this statement from a lot of debunkers, naysayers, skeptics. Well, what are you going to do? What are we going to do to change stuff? Well, you know, there's many things that can be done. You have to take action to make it happen, though. You know, we can say this needs to be done. We can say we can pray for all this. We got faith in all this. It's nothing unless you take action to make it happen, whether it be action or inaction. If we just stop participating, really, if everybody got the mentality and the mindset and finally seen the fakery, the trickery, and everything that we need, we think we need for our existence, if we just stop complying, it's over. It's game over for them. You know, and I see that happening slowly and gradually gaining momentum.
Yeah, I think they're getting too bold. It's almost too in your face now, where people are like, wait a second.
Yeah. And they're very arrogant about it, boastful about it. And you know what they say, pride goeth before the fall. And and that's where the point they're at now. I think they've underestimated humanity. Whatever we are, wherever we come from, we're waking up as a collective force once again. And it's going to be very interesting to see what plays out. So,
yeah,
absolutely, Mr. Beast fan. Non-compliance, man. Passive resistance. And no doubt, they get bold enough to where they start being a little more kinetic, if you will, on the ground with all their new surplus toys that law enforcement and the military have. Non-compliance, it goes, it depends on where they take us, how they want our inaction to start turning into action. It's all a game, and we just need to change the rules of it. And the rules need to be changed up here. People need to get it. And
yeah.
Yes. Well, right on. Yeah, I'm just going through the chat here a little bit. Yeah, Curtis Evan, we only get stronger. Absolutely. I absolutely, Mr. Beast fan. Exactly. It's not about disobedience being any problem. It's about being obedient being the huge problem. And people are waking up to that.
Good.
So we have Elizabeth Sumpner in the nest riding shotgun with Fervent Heat Meltology Inc. today. And thank you again, sweetheart. If you got a minute to hang out.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, right on. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get into some melt. And while I do that, if you want to break down the melt with me and communicate with the crew in the chat, because I won't be able to see it. And you know me, when I get into the evidence, I kind of get into the evidence. So feel free to comment on anything. If you see something you want me to go back to and zoom in on, let me know, Elizabeth.
Okay. I'm trying to get a little bit figure this out a little.
That's all right, honey. And if you see a question or something in the chat, somebody sees something, let me know and I'll try to get back to it, okay?
Okay. All
right. Here we go. I'm going to get into some melt. And while I do this, I'm going to stop my cam. I'm going to avatar up. And Elizabeth's going to be up here with me. Just a second.
I will do my best because I'm working on a hotspot right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I got you on my phone too.
Okay. For some reason, the chat isn't coming up.
Oh, your chat's not coming up?
No.
Okay.
I'll log in on my phone and see if it comes up, though.
Okay. Yeah, and I got my phone on too, Elizabeth, so I can see the chat. It's just not up on my computer screen. So I'm working with two techs here as well.
All right, I'll get there.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get into the chat or get into the evidence. Bringing up my infinity screen. Give me a second. Here I come. Spark them if you got them, crew. Get your drink on. Get ready to get your melt on. Get myself set here real quick. My infinity's coming up. Here we go. Let me know when you got this, Elizabeth.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'm bringing some different melt today.
What are we looking at today?
I got a little bit of background reverb from you, a little bit of echo, Elizabeth.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
That's okay.
Hold on.
All right, I'm going to have to back out here just a second because I got somebody else coming in. I heard a beep. Okay, I guess not. Are you there, Elizabeth?
Yeah. It's still
Okay.
not. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I see you're up here in here in the nest with two boxes up in here, Elizabeth. I see you now,
Yeah,
and then I see others. Yeah. There you go. There you go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and present again and get this going. Just a second. Thought I heard another beep. Okay, here we go. Going to get this going on, crew. Thank you for being here, Melted Red Brick University. Like, share, and subscribe. It is I, Fervent Heat Meltology, Inc., with Elizabeth Sumpner, riding shotgun, moderator for Melted Red Brick University, a meltologist, up and coming, sees the melt, spreading the melt, and a beloved sister up in our Eagle Eye Crew family. All right, I'm going to get back into this evidence. And here we go. Here. Of course, sweetheart. Okay, you got this pick?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. There we go. I got it on my phone now. We're good to go. Yeah, what are we looking at here, crew? And where are we at? We have an obvious structure down here. And we see where we're at, and we're in a big sand dune, or if you will, a big brick ash flow. And we see that in the background, and we see it here on this side over here on the right. And, we get into this and we start seeing for what it is. And, breaking down the meltology behind it. And we can see its foundation on the melt. We can even look back here. And we can see differentials in the melt. Down here are people. But we can see differentials up here in the melt, whether this be tracks or the outline of what used to be there disintegrated down in the melt. We see it for what it is in meltology. And we're going to click onto another shot of it, hopefully here. Nope, that ain't it. This is another shot of it on a downward angle.
Can you hear
elevation pick? And we can see more now. Meltology. Same structure in here, but we can look down here and we see this wall that wraps around this oasis, they like to call it, through the water here. Okay, this is out in the desert, and this is an oasis right here. And we see meltology, we see melted structure in it. the walls lining it. We
Big
can
shout
even
out to EE.
who do we got up in here, Elizabeth?
Is that Mike Hunt?
It's our fun, baby. You're absolutely correct, darling.
How you doing, peoples?
Rick Love.
Oh God.
Is this Mike?
And yeah, it is. It is. How are you doing, Elizabeth? How you doing, Fervent? And how are you doing, EEC?
Oh, doing wonderful, brother.
Just
doing
jump
good.
out. Just jump out. Just jump out for a minute, Dean.
Okay, hold on.
I need you to see my my avatar.
Just a second.
How you doing, Mel? Red bricks. How you doing? don't. But Elizabeth, listen, don't laugh at him because he will keep you laughing all through. How you doing? Listen, it's great to pop by. Only cunts comply. Exactly. And I just wanted to pop in and say hello to you because I've just had something to eat, and as you all know, I'm still in hospital, but I'm getting stronger and better every day, and I should be leaving within about a month. Back home, yeah, and then I will be back to my usual tricks. But it's great to see you. It's great to have Elizabeth in, and of course, Mr. Fervent. How you doing, my friend?
Doing great. Glad to hear and see you.
Oh, of course, you know me. I will fly in here as soon as I can. It's just it's a bit fortuitous in the because I'm in the hospital and I've got to wait when there's there's a lot of people in here and lots of noise and stuff going on. And I don't really I didn't really want to be coming in with all that kind of noise. But I've had to come in and say hello because, of course, it's a Sunday Easy, and I know Fervent is always up for that. So it's always a great pleasure, especially with Elizabeth coming in, and I feel so humble after the things that have happened. To even be here, that's how humble I am. I'm not myself as I used to be. If you've watched any of the shows from before, you can clearly see I'm not the same. But I've still got the same heart and drive in when it comes to Red Bricks.
Absolutely.
But, guys, oh man. Melted says, love the avatar, Spartan. Thank you. Thank you. You know me, I'm on top cunt in the nest. But I'm not going to keep on because I only just popped in, as I said. We will, I will get, you see me coming in more and more as I get stronger. And, Dean probably hasn't told you, but I'll be more of a producer now. We've been producing most of the content, but I still will be, as always, as you all know me. I'm still looking at Red Bricks all the time, and Dino will tell you I'm still even this in this volatile state. I am still doing the do
Oh, yeah.
And I still got some stuff to show you, young man.
I know you do. I know you do.
Of course. Mel says we love you, buddy. Get your ass out of there. I need some trimming my lawn. Oh, Mel, listen, I'll be the first one to do that for you, darling. Don't you worry. Oh man. Hey, big Mr. Frederick G. How you doing? Oh, listen, Drake, how you doing as well? All you guys, great to see you, and I can't wait to come back and in more formal attire, and obviously I will, it'll be Mike Hunt. Always. Anyway, listen, I'm not going to keep on because I know you've got a wonderful show going on. But Dino,
Yes,
don't worry, we will get time. Obviously, before you go to work, as we do what we normally do. And Elizabeth, enjoy the show, and please come on again.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Thank you.
No. Listen, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing, and I love to see new meltologists doing their stuff. It's grateful for me. Anyway, listen. Take care of yourselves, and watch out for me because I might sneak in and again, depending on how good Mr. Meltology Inc. is. But you know him how good he is. He's very, very good, and his place couldn't be anywhere else good without him. Let me tell you that now. He's just the same as me, as I am him. Love you. Listen, mate, I'll catch you in a bit. I love you. Brother. Bye, everybody. Take care. One love. Brick love. Boom. I'm out.
Boom. There he goes. Absolutely. What a phenomenal opening today in the Sunday Easy. We got Elizabeth Sumner up in here with me. We had Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle, my cunt, our cunt, everybody's cunt, top cunt in the nest. And we love you so much. Get better rest. And I'm glad you brought up the producing thing, my cunt. I still got to call you Spartan, brother. Spartan, I'm so glad you brought this up, with what he's went through and what he's still wanting to do. He's finding himself wanting to get into more of the producing aspect of it, the behind the scenes, if you will, of the streams. And, he did it before with the creation of Melted Red Brick University and everybody we had up in here, including me. He taught me how to do the behind the scenes stuff. And for the last few years, as you know, I've been doing a lot of that. And it's great to see Elizabeth up in here today. And I'm looking forward to seeing all you other moderators and Eagle Eye crew. Come on in, grab that link, bring your evidence, and learn to get through the StreamYard ropes of bringing your evidence up. It's really not that difficult. We've gotten many through it before, and we'll get you through it. So have confidence in yourself, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, I'll have to be more prepared next time.
Well, just grabbing that link and coming in, Elizabeth, is first step, sweetheart. You landed, and here you are. And you can reach out to me anytime. When I post up a link for an upcoming stream, when I send you that link, we can come up and do what we do without being on live stream. I can show you how to get through the stream, all of that. So, we have that with.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. Just reading the chat real quick before I go back into the melt. Just a second. Jennifer Santilli, I love you, sister. And you've done so much. If you're the same one that I know to be, you've done so much for Meltology, and you still are. A sister of ours, family, of course. All of us Meltheads, all of us Meltologists are family. Some might know Jennifer as the Truth Seeker 69. There she is. I love you. I hope that's the same one, Jen. Thank you for coming up in and honoring us with you. And we love you. Brick love, honey. We got more up in here. Yes, Curtis 47. Absolutely. There she is. And, Jen has been around. And in fact, she broke Meltology open along with Spartan Red back in the day with the first documentary that came out. If any of you Salty crew get into the first documentary that come out on When the Buildings Cried by, Mr. Jerry DeCamp, that evidence was Spartan Red's. And the voice and the narrative or the narrator for the documentary was yours truly right here.
Wow. Yeah, that was a really good documentary. Lots of good information.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is important. This is the front coming together, us as a collective coming together. And it's so uplifting and heart lifting to see this, Jan. Thank you, honey. Okay, Jen, thanks for clarifying that, sweetheart. Much respect to you and all my love. All right, crew, just a second. Where'd it go? Yeah, StreamYard's getting a little slow with me on bringing in and out the chat, but okay, Elizabeth, I'm going to dive into the melt, and
Yes.
You dive into the chat and break it down for me as we go. And like I said, if anybody wants me to stop, go back, just let me know. Just a second, coming in.
Should I say everything that everyone says?
No, sweetheart. No. This is for you to practice your moderator skills. Before we've had bots come in, trolls come in, troublemakers come in, and you know what to do, crew. If you're a moderator, you have the ability to take action. Break down the chat, see who's saying what, get involved. If anything comes up, Elizabeth, as far as the evidence I'm showing, let me know.
Okay.
And we'll get into it. All right, here I come. And I'm going to avatar up, actually. Fuck it. I'll stay up. Because this is what takes me away. Go ahead, honey.
Curtis said he thinks Jen coined the term meltology. Is that correct?
She absolutely, yes, it is absolutely true.
Awesome.
And what a great term for it, because that's exactly what it is, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Right. Perfect.
And I'm taking us back to this melt right here. We're looking down at an oasis. And we can see the texture of all this. This might have water around it, but this is all melt right here. And, when we look at the melt, we break down the texture. And that's what I try to do, is bring that to you, breaking down the texture. And we're going to be doing that a lot here with my evidence coming up. We're going to be breaking down the texture and everything in the melt. So we see the evidence right here, obviously melt. And we look at this feature right here, we got color differentials. We can see the line going across. And we got disintegration of the structure in the melt. We see it. The wall lining back here, it's all melt. and even down here in the water, again, we can see it goes under. And we have color differentials as well. See? Structure. Again, another angle of it.
Yeah, we still got a ways. Yeah, we still got.
You see the wall wrapping around here. See how it goes wonky? This is all melt. This is all melt. And we even have features down here in it. We can see the brick blocking going on through here and way down underneath. And extends all the way back here. And this is all foundationed on the melt. This is a refurbished little pocket of survival that they refurbished, renovated it, and built on top. And we're going to get into some pics like this. Now here's a shot, and I just want to, we're going to get going into some deep melt here, people. What are we looking at right here? Well, we got a guy on an air mattress, and he's kicked back with his little light on, and he's out daydreaming because I really don't think he comprehends what he's resting upon right here. And what I see him resting upon right here, first and foremost, right down here where he's got his air mattress, this is all melt. We can see it. Texture, once again. We know what we're looking at.
Yep.
We see the feature behind him here and how it comes up, and it's actually looks like this is leaning back here. And as we come up right above his head, what do we have? Structure, brick right there. Melt on top, stacked melt right here, expanding. The rest of the structure is gone, obviously, but we can see that this is structure right here. This is not geologically formed through any of their narratives. Don't hold water, don't fit the evidence. And you know, I say before, and I'll always say again, when you get into the evidence, you get into all of the evidence. And we just broke down what he's on right here, but let's break down what's behind him. And what do we see? Well, again, meltology on a macro level. We can see how it disintegrated out. We can follow our skyline and we can see this massive structure over here that flowed down into the melt. You can see actually the action and flow of the melt, top right corner of the pic. It's at a distance. Of course, it's going to pixelate, break down a little bit. But when we get into it, just the shape and the structure of it blows geology out of the water. And I want you to focus on center screen right here. What's this? What's this? What? There we go. You can see the structure. Again, look at this here. Look at the apertures, right angles down here, columns here. Actual structures, you can see them disintegrating out into the melt. When you get into meltology and you start playing with the resolution, with the contrast, it brings out features that's been intentionally covered up.
Yeah.
Through the quality of the pics they put out, you always notice some kind of like a sheen over them. It blocks the detail. So when you get in, you mess with the contrast, you can really start popping things a little bit better. What's down below us here? What's that? We can see wall here. Verticals of the structure here sinking down into the melt. And it goes all the way back. You can see it.
Somebody asked where this is located.
It's in the melt.
Patson the ground. Pants on the ground.
Pants on the ground. It's in the melt, brother. Where it is, it's up
Asked
high.
if it was the Grand Teton.
It could be. It could be. You know, I broke down evidence where I've given the locations and such, but to include that with everyone is very daunting. And with the tech now, you can screenshot this and you can research it, and it'll take you exactly where this pick is. You know how to do it with the tech. So if you want to know where these picks are, now I got some coming up where I'll let you know where they are because I know exactly where they are. And we'll get to those soon. But evidence like this, it's out there in the melt, and that's my response. Because like Spartan has always said, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Everywhere. Even in like flat Illinois, it's just flat because it's all underground. It's everywhere. It's crazy.
Exactly. It is. And we see in this one here, we got a swimmer out here. And where is he at? Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I can tell you it's in the Arctic Circle. And what do we see? Well, we're at water level. The floodwaters came in after the melt, as we can see back.
Yeah, I have found evidence of fossils like on top of the melt. So to me, that says that, you know, it was melted before it was underwater.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The X Factor event happened. Buoyancy and density took over. These structures sank down within themselves, disintegrating down into the melt. Top left corner. You can see the disintegration of the structure and the action and the flow of the melt as it came down. Even in the background, way back here. When you get into meltology, you can pick it out. It just stands out at you. And we see that in this back here. Yeah.
Thank you, Red Bricks.
Right on. Yeah, Red Brick Bob, also known as Chief Joseph. And Chief Joseph's pretty salty. He's been into this for a long time. Salty crew right here. And broke down a lot of melt, showed a lot of melt. And please like, share, and subscribe to everybody that comes up here in the chat. It's got their own chan, and I believe that Red Brick does. Like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. Help him spread the message. And we look back here behind this surfer, and we see this right in here. And this stands out at me because it's different from all the rest of the melt around it as far as the color differentials go. And this is what I like to do, is get in and try to pop this as much as I can. And we can see the structure in it, the action and the flow of the melt as it's disintegrating down. The structure is up behind it. Now, we're going to get into something here. And Many of us have seen these before, and these are actual structures out there. And again, this is up near Greenland, Norway, a lot of these areas within the Arctic Circle, if you will. And these are some of the structures that we see popping up for the very rich. And this has interested me from the get-go. And we're going to break some of this down here. We see this big old thing up in here. And, you know, it didn't just get there by itself, obviously. It's building, it is structure. Okay. And when I get into these evidence here, I always go for the foundation. I always go to what things are standing on, being supported by. And I see a lot of these here, as you can see in this wall right here. That looks more like melt to me than concrete pour. All along here. Now, some of it might have been poured.
Pants on the ground.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Pants on the ground says when entire buildings sink as a whole, it suggests the heat was introduced at near peak intensity immediately.
Yes, the melt happened very
I think
quickly.
that's an very interesting point. Like in areas certain areas I've been at, it's like parts of it is definitely liquefied, you know, and it looks like there was like pieces cut out of it. It's really odd, but interesting. Definitely a
Absolutely.
sudden.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm looking at these things here, and these are very interesting structures. Because when I get into them, we get down to always breaking down the texture and finding the melt. And this doesn't look poured to me again. This looks like, to me, as we'll see, melted. See? Texture once again. And where it's at. Why here on top of this location? Well, what is it? We look at the foundation once again, and what do we have? It's right there. Very high up there, as you can tell, looking down below. And where it's at, too. And how it was foundationed on the melt, because all the time you're going to see that the foundation is part of the structure. Now they've got it fenced off and stuff up in here, but we can see the foundation of it is, of course, melt. And this looks melt to me too, as we're going to see in some other pics here. And you know, when we get into these pics, I get into the pics and I'm looking inside here. Supposedly this is a big window, an opening and access to inside with a window. But when we get in and we look through, we see things that just are kind of weird. And one thing that sticks out to me is this picture on the back. It looks very interesting to me because it looks like meltology to me. And the structure inside as well could have been refurbished, obviously, with some refurbishings, you know, made habitable. But the structure in this screams meltology, as we'll see more of here in another pic. See? Now, when you're looking at meltology and you're getting into the evidence, we know that evidence can be tampered. We know this. We've seen it in old pics from the 1800s to new pics now with CGI. The advancement of photography and moving pictures and all of this is it's always been room for deception, alterations of what we're looking at. And, you know, I see this pic here, and this is out there, and this is in the melt. And we have this kind of structure once again up in here. But when we get into the evidence, we really get into the evidence. And I get back in here into the structure first again, and I'm looking, and I'm trying to break down meltology. And you know, I see it. And I know where it's at. It's in the melted structure that it's attached to. But these kind of pics are really interesting because not only can we see the meltology, things just don't look right in some of these pics. Now, we have this person walking up this trail to back here to where we supposedly have some people at the entrance and maybe some people setting down back here. But when I get into the evidence, and I even start breaking down the people. And things look odd. It looks like she or this person would have a backpack on, but the backpack looks fucking strange to me. The person's head looks strange to me. The people in the background start looking strange to me. Look at the legs. It's just things don't look right. Things just don't look right. Could be pixelation, but I've been through so much evidence, and Spartan has too, and many other crew out there, where you get into the evidence, things just start looking weird as far as who's in the evidence, and
it almost looks like it's been like it's multiple pictures put together.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like it's a composite photo.
Exactly.
Like the people, it doesn't look like the people were originally there.
Right. Getting into some more melt, and we'll get back to some of those pics. While I'm researching, I sometimes get off course and then have to jump back on course. But here's a melt, and I want to point something out here, okay? Just because it's up in the Arctic or the Antarctic, everybody wants to think that everything is ice. And it could have ice. But the thing about ice is water. And water sticks and takes the shape of what it's on. And so does ice, because the water freezes, of course. And it'll distort the whatever it's on, but nevertheless, it's on it. And we see pics like this here. And I like to pick them out because, well, again, when you get in and you play with the contrast and you pop the evidence and you take away some of the glare, you start seeing things a little bit more different. And this looks like disintegrated floor plan to me. And even these pieces down here are stacked in a way that looks structural to me, heat damaged. In fact, what's this? C14. And we get back in it and we start picking out Again, right angles in the melt. I love to dive into evidence like this. You never know what you're going to find when you're on the hunt in meltology. And that's the excitement of it. When you get into evidence like this, things that we've been taught are glaciers or, things like that. Well, this kind of evidence right here is great to get into because first and foremost, it's a real shot. Look, we got people down here walking up to it. And when we break it down through meltology eyes, we see what we always see.
Yeah. So there's a place that I've been checking out recently. It's another park, and it's got a lot of melt, and it's the consistency of the melt is different. It's like it turned into like a silica sand, most of it, and it's totally white. It looks like snow if you don't know better. So it's looking at that in comparison, it could definitely, absolutely.
Yeah.
When you have understanding of the different heat, I guess, depending on how the intensity was, it cooked it differently.
Exactly. Absolutely. And that's the enigma of the X factor. We've seen evidence to where you pretty much have good looking structure, and then right attached to it is crystallized, transitioned right into crystallization, which we see here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Structure, scorching, expansion, apertures. And then when we even get into this, again, people are going to say glaciers right off the bat. Well, I see crystallized structure in the melt flow. Now, I'm not saying there's not ice on that, but what I'm saying is that's not all ice. And I've shown this many pics. Many other meltologists have shown this kind of evidence. When we went looking down in Antarctica at the so-called icebergs, we broke down what they really are. And these glaciers are the same thing, crystallized structure. Person standing here maybe, or an opening. It might be an open wonky aperture right here. And it's all over in here. You can
Looks
break
like
down your... Go ahead, baby.
That one looked like it may have been a silhouette because I saw like a shadow of another arm, it looked like.
Could be.
So it might be a man.
Kind of ballsy to make your way up on this stuff.
Yeah.
You never know when it's going to give way. But when we look at things like this, we need to train our eyes to break it down. And you need to understand that buoyancy and density, once again, getting into your basics, meltology fundamentals, sinking down, the action flow of the melt, compression, expansion, the building's disintegrating down into itself, distorting and twisting a lot of times the structure. And we see that here. And we can also see remnants of the structure up in here, right angles, structure itself, wall expansion right here on this chunk. And these are chunks. These are chunks of the internals and parts of the externals of the buildings. We'll move on. Yes, we're up in the Arctic Circle. And yeah, the motherfuckers have been there. Can you tell? One other little fraternity got together up here and took a piss. Now they own it. See? They're pushing their heliocentric model once again. But what is it on? Well, it's on a massive melted structure. See? Expansion from the bottom up once again. And as we come up, massive scorching. Melted away and laying back. Took away all the color to pop it. Bringing it back in. Showing the vegetation growing around it. Structure, floor plan sinking down into the melt. See them? Yeah, man, up in the Arctic Circle. And again, water attaches to what it's on. And as we can see, we see the C14 down in here. And just the shape of it screams structure, even though it's got ice on it. Ice sticks to what it's on. A little bit grainy of a shot, but we can see the melt down below.
Mm-hmm.
See? Even through the ice. C14 loaded. Heat damaged. Up in the Antarctic, Arctic Circle, we see these features all the time. And you know, we see what it looks like, and I like to get into this and look at the texture once again, because texture is very important. And we know this is ice, and we know about ice, it's frozen water. But when we look down through the freeze, we can start making out these lines that are shooting through here aren't fractures in the ice. As we can see, the scorching, the lines, once again, going all the way down through here. All this vastness, all this melt, flash frozen, like we see in Antarctica. Going all the way down. Another feature in the Arctic Circle. Strange looking shape to be out there in the middle. Why so perfectly round? Again, it's about texture. Getting into the melt. And we look at the texture once again. Perfectly round formation. Not ice. Structure. Melted. can see the chunks. Moving on. Another shot. Some call it an iceberg. And this is what the original pick looked like when I cropped it. This is the original pick when I cropped it. This is the sheen over these picks. Popping it a little bit more. This is the sheen on these picks. Popping it a little bit more. Taking the sheen away and getting into the texture. The layering, the leveling up top. The viscosity and the apertures underneath this rock curtain right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can see internals up in here. Structure right here in front of us. Again, in the Arctic Circle. Supposed glacier. Structure, disintegration, crystallization. Bottom right corner. It's right here in front of us. See? Disintegration and dripping. Internal structures. Collapsing, disintegrating down into
Mel?
itself. Go ahead,
Mel
Elizabeth.
asked if we will be looking. Mel asked if we will be looking at your shaft collection today.
Well, Mel, I'm keeping that one for a special stream, sweetheart. I've got my collection of shaft evidence. Maybe we'll see a couple. Hang in there, Mel. Brick Love, baby. Look at all that. Internals, man. Structure right there. Wonkiness. Heat damage, man. Rock curtaining over, disintegrating down. Some of the shell of the structure right here with the expansion off of it. See it? Opening up to straight up internals over here. It just disintegrated and crystallized. So when we look at this kind of evidence, and it's the same down in so-called Antarctica, you know, we see crystallized blue ice structure. Structure hit so hard it turned crystal blue, transparent with the texture and the structure still visible in it. Here's one. Now, this is the Arctic Circle. And I snapped this one well because it's a so-called eclipse. Do we agree?
Yeah, is that what
And I-
that is supposed to be?
Yes.
Is an eclipse?
Yes. And when I get into the eclipse, I like to fuck around like this, and I'll do things like this. Oops, not like that, but more like. Now we look at the sun or whatever is in the sun, and I zoom it in, and it just looks very fucking strange. Of course, small, pixelated, whatever, but very fucking strange. And I try to pick out everything around it as far as the texture of the firmament, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a barren wasteland of melt, as we can see. Out here in the melt, person down here, water right there. And we've seen these before. These are for you new crew up in here. Massive disintegrated structures sinking down into themselves into the melt. Apertures, verticals, flow, sinking back into the melt. And again, geology is going to tell you that these things were shoved up because of tectonic plate shifts. But the evidence doesn't show that. The evidence shows us something way different.
Absolutely.
And everything around it. Right angles. Right angles in the skyline. Right angle. Melted structure leaning back and disintegrating down. This one here is vertical. This part of the structure here is still vertical. This one here sinking down in front of it, right here. Flowing all the way down into the melt. Antarctica, or I mean Arctic Circle. Nice little dog sled team here. A guy out there doing a little ice fishing. But what do we got in the back? Again, texture. Structure. See? Sinking down, disintegrating out, splaying out into the melt. Chunks of it being lodged up in here in the disintegration. See? Brick block, structure, disintegrated out into itself. We'll move on. Here's your blue ice, your crystallization. Anybody pick out the expansion? Again, this is supposedly be ice.
Yep. But I've seen the same exact formations other places here in Missouri,
Yes.
like that same type of expansion all over.
Look at the texture on that. Look at all that brick block. Look at all that blockage, that expansion. Structure. Structure. See? Look at your transitioning right here. Look at all this expansion here, and then this here. And this is some advanced meltology. If you're new up in here in Melted Red Brick University, to the Eagle Eye Crew family, pay attention, ask questions, make statements, post comments. We want your input. We want your input. This is what we're about. We're about dialogue. And again, we got structure up here, sinking down into the melt. We'll move on. Crystallized structure. C14 laden here in the foreground. C. Structure. Brick. See? Look at the foundation of it. Look at the transitioning. And then in the background, right here, top right corner. See? All the way in the back, everything. Crystallized out, disintegrated structure. The action and the flow of the melt in the top left, the left side of the pick right here. What's this? Center pick. See it? The structure, the expansion, the disintegration, the action and the flow of the melt as it come down. All the really white, again, very cooked out, crystallized, cooked out, disintegrated structure, crystallizing, cooking out. See? This looks very interesting over here. Far right, right here. Ghosting, expansion around the structures, coming from the inside out like putty, enveloping everything in its path, making its way out into the disintegration and the flow of the melt. This is just a big chunk of part of the structure right here in front. That melted away. It's right there on the foundation that it was set. The part of the structure that it's attached to. Moving on. Another shot of it here, different angle. Shows this here, coming down more. Disintegrated pulverized structure. See? This one, vertical here, we can see it leaning back a little bit, disintegrating down, but everything else around it is collapsing and flowing past, leaving this big chunk out here in the middle. See? Yeah, here's the motherfuckers. This is what they teach us. From the first time you enter a classroom, an indoctrination center, you see the globe in the corner. And these, here's the handiwork of the deceivers. And you notice the lines and the numbers they give them. This is their language. Numerology is part of their language that we've been exposed to forever now. And this is them. And, they've got the keys to the Antarctic, to the Arctic Circle. We cannot go there. The only ones that can go there are these people behind the do not enter sign. And you can tell them by their symbology on the posts in the back. They like to call them flags. I like to call them gang symbols because that's what they all are. They're one big fucking gang. When you think about it, the only treaty to still be in effect between all countries that have been killing each other forever now is the Antarctic Treaty. Why? They make war against each other. They cause us to go out and fight for their bank accounts and to kill each other. But at the same time, they're all together in the deception. They all have a stake on these do not go areas. I wonder why. I wonder why. Out there in Antarctica, and we've seen this feature before, but this just screams meltology. Left side, little grainy, but we can see the structural makeup of it, the disintegration underneath it, the pulverized structure, and the drop in the flow of the structure coming down into the melt. Both sides, same structure, big aperture, Yes, boat in the middle. Again, up in the Arctic Circle, here's the motherfuckers saying ours, keep out. Right there. Heliocentrism, indoctrination. And what are they not wanting us to go to? Well, it's obvious in the back. The internals of the structure here in the front. Big part of the building in the back, disintegrating out and splaying down into itself. The action and the flow of the melt. See? Again, heat differentials, man. When you're speaking meltology, you're speaking heat differentials, color differentials. Differentials of the extreme heat that went through this. When these things collapsed down onto themselves, into the melt, they were getting hotter as they went down in. Expansion, compression, all that heat energy being pancaked down, shoved down on, increasing the melt, increasing the temperatures as it went down. We'll move on. Much to see. Structures like this, if you're new here in the nest, if you're new here to Melted Red Brick University, I want you to think in your head right now what you've been taught as far as what these features are. And you can take your tectonic plate shift, you can take your sedimentary layers, you can take your trillion years of erosion if you want to, and apply it to this right here, and still see if what you've been taught fits the evidence that you're looking at.
None of it makes sense, and with that explanation.
No. And that's what we're trying to get people to wake up to, is for whatever you think you've been taught these things are, suspend that and listen to what we're saying. Look at what we're showing. And when we say these are melted structures, well, that fits a hell of a lot closer than any other thing out there. Because the evidence screams structure. It's just hard for us to pick out in a melted form. We haven't been taught this information. We haven't been exposed to this information. But now it is. Now it's out there. We've been bringing it for a long time now. And so have many others out there. True Seeker 69, Mark Galata, our Melted Reality. Everybody else out there that's got meltology, Chan, Truth Warriors, all of you. Again, if you're new to this, explain this, please. Explain this, please. Does it fit everything that you've been taught? Expansion, scorching, lines, structure, all the way up. Distorting the features of the structure. Melting them away as they slide off themselves, like up top. Look at the angle of the lines, the directions of the line. What we're looking at is a collapsed structure here. This piece is coming down. All of this here is coming down and being lost in the melt. In the structure, expansion coming off here, rock curtaining right here. We can see it. It's right there, all the way down. See? The vertical going up, the expansion, the ghosting of the structure as it comes from the inside out. Ghosting out features. Look at your lines once again here. Look at this up here, this wonkiness here, this expansion coming from inside out, this one here. And then we get to this little gem on the other side over here. What the hell's going on with this piece? Look at that. From the bottom, it's all brick. There it is. It's right there. As we go up, we see it. Internals. Expansion coming from the inside out. As we go up, internals, column, aperture, expansion over here. All the way up to the top where it screams structure. Look. It's right there. Expansion piece coming out here, ghosting all up in here, all the way to the top to the turret piece itself, shifting as it came down and disintegrated into itself. Leaving two huge shafts right there, Mel. Right there, baby. More shafts sticking up. Structure. What's left of it. Again, geology, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. And you should be quite afraid right now. You should be quite nervous about people waking up to your deception. Because this does not fit any of their narratives at all. None. We'll move on. Yeah, into the ice again. Breaking it up. Big expansion coming over this wonky feature here. But what do we got down below? Inside out. Texture once again. Structure. Crystallization of the structure. Texture once again. This piece center pick coming down. In the ice, in the crystallization up top. Sorry, just popping it a little bit. And the ghosting going on in it. The texture. Again, not everything is ice. And again, it has that sheen on it. Out there in the melt. Out there in, I think this is this the Arctic Circle? This is the Arctic Circle, somewhere up in the Arctic Circle. And what are these guys going to out here? Well, what is this mess of shit that they're going to out here? Well, it's right there. Apertures everywhere up in here. Right angles up in here everywhere. Crystallization, sinking down of the structures. The internals right up in here. Just a second. Trying to do something here. Hold on. All of it disintegrated out structure in the melt flow, crystallized back up in here. See? It's right there. Arctic Circle. They're going to say this is a huge glacier that all came out here and froze. Again, we get into texture. And a lot of this looks like the side of those dams, those massive dams throughout this realm have the same kind of texture. Splaying out in front of us around the structures that it was attached to up here. Now, do we have snow and ice? Well, of course we have snow and ice, but this ain't all snow and ice. Look at the shape of that. And everything around it. The disintegration of the structures. And we can even look down in here at this in here. Internals, floor plans. See? Everything back here. Structure. Arctic Circle, once again, here they go with their indoctrination. When you go up there to go camping or sightseeing, you can only go so far because it's so wide and expansive. I mean, there's so much up there, danger from wildlife to everything else. But they're keeping us out of these areas because I think, in fact, I know there's more to being up in the Arctic Circle and down in that so-called Antarctica. These are fronts. These are cover stories for what's actually up in this region, up in this part
Two
of
of
the
their
melt.
favorite numbers right there.
Absolutely. Right there. Arctic Circle. Does anybody see structure here? If you're new up in the nest and new to Melted Red Brick University and Meltology, what is this?
Pants on the Ground asked if I was in the Ozarks. I am not in the Ozarks. I'm about an hour away from St. Louis, 30, 40 minutes away from like town area, but there's a lot of the melt here for sure, everywhere.
Heat damaged. Not everything is snow and ice. What are these? What's that? C14 laden. Again, lines in the ice. What is all of that? Ghosting all the way down. It's right here. It's right in front of us. What's that? Color differentials. Since when does ice make color differentials in lines like that? Why is there so much C14 up top? It's structure. The action and the flow of the melt. What we're seeing, these pieces sticking up, they call mountains. A lot of these A-frames are the corners of the structure, what's left of the structure, splaying out and down into the melt, leaving these apexes, these paramounts, these tops, if you will, of the structure. The whole thing was the structure. What we're seeing in front of us is the collapse and the disintegration of it coming forward. See? It's all right here.
Pants on the Ground says, these to me are the cities in the heavens or the cities in the clouds. That's an interesting thought.
Say that again.
Pants on the Ground said, these to me are the cities in the heavens or the cities in the clouds.
Oh, okay. Yes, interesting thought process.
Yeah.
You know, what this realm was before now, oh my gosh, we don't even have a clue. I mean, look at the magnitude of the melt.
Right.
And here we're seeing a structure disintegrating and leaning back into itself. And this guy's looking down, whoever this is looking down into it. And they really don't get it because, you know, the indoctrination is still strong in many. But again, we see our color differentials, our lines, our disintegration. But again, of the structures, brick ashing all the way down. We'll move on. Much more to see. Now we're going to break away from the Arctic areas, and we're going to get a little bit into lighthouses. And we've covered lighthouses before. And what a great way to show meltology. Because when we get into these kind of evidence right here, automatically it's not very hard to show people the melt. Because we can all agree what it is. We see the structure in the top part. That's obviously structure. That's obviously not natural. And then you say, well, it's just a lighthouse. What does that prove? Well, how did they do this? How did they bring all this brick out there and melt it together with everything else? Again, logistics. How are they going to build this lighthouse? Look at the texture on that once again. Look at your transitioning over here once again. Logistically, meaning how the fuck did they get all that out there to do that? Because what we're seeing here is collapsed structure. Everything down here. Everything down here. This whole pick is melted building. So, how'd they do that? How'd they get out there, push all this water back, bring all their boats out there, bring all their supplies to supposedly build this? How did they do that? Look at your transitioning right here on this. From this to this right below it. So again, were lighthouses for the purpose that they're giving us, or were they something totally different? Well, they were something totally different. They weren't for the narratives given as after the floodwaters came in. These things were here before the melt because they're part of the melt. See, here's the pic we were just looking at in full form. How'd they get out there to do this? Look at the texture on all of that.
Pants on the Ground asks, are lighthouses built today? That's a good question.
Good question. I'm pretty sure they're probably just refurbishing the ones that are already there. They've already done it. I haven't been aware of any other lighthouses being built. All these lighthouses.
The only newer ones that.
Go ahead, baby.
But yeah, the only new ones that I've personally seen are just kind of like replica, like ornamental type lighthouses, like much smaller.
Yeah. Yes. Tourist attractions.
Nothing that magnitude. Right.
I mean, look how they do this. Your stairs leading up. The whole thing. How'd they do that? This is all heat damaged. See? How'd they do this? Look at those waves, man. Look at those waves. How'd they get out here to do this? That's all structure right there. That's all internals right there. It's right there. And they're going to give credit to some old fucker out of the 1800s or whatever that was given credit for building this. Impossible. Impossible. Look at this. Look at this going up. Look how heat damaged this is from the bottom going up. Look at that. Look at the foundation, man. How are you going to build that right there? This is structure. Look, stair stepping all the way down, splaying out all the way down. Look at that. All of it is structure. How did they do that?
Dale, or no, the Drake asked, what's that in the sky to the left?
That, Drake? Interesting observation, Drake. Eagle Eye Crew.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a light reflection, like lens reflection.
Doesn't look like a
Based
bird.
on where the light source is coming from, it doesn't look like a lens flare.
It's not a bird. If it is, it's a big motherfucker because that's the way he's out there. Good eyes, Drake. Fuck yeah, buddy. I didn't see that one. Hell yeah. But then again, just look at that. I mean, take into account the waves. Logistics, man. See? Another so-called lighthouse. Look at the foundation. Look at that. The texture of it all. I mean, you can tell it looks fucked up because it is fucked up. Look at this level. All the way up, it's heat damaged. And everything in the back. Everything in the back. This is all melted structure. This is attached to this. Before the melt, this and this were attached. This is just left standing. Everything else is underneath the floodwaters. Look how cooked out it is. Look through the waters and that white band coming through there. Stands out over to here. We got a chunk of something still above the floodwaters here.
I wonder if these were the original direct energy weapon. Yeah, they were. If that's what they were using the top of them for.
Obviously tech, huh? See? How'd they do this? How'd they do that? You can see how it's angling right here where my cursor's at, right off this bird right here, it goes down. See it? It takes this angle. See that? This is vertical up top. But when we get down to right here, it takes an angle. See that? And then we got the block brick, C14 loaded, expansion, all of it right there. Buoyancy and density. Dropping down into itself right here. What's this on the back side? Expansion, melt flow, exposed internals. It's all right there. This even taking an angle, dropping down. This one taking an angle, dropping down that way in the back. This one disintegrating and splaying out right in front of us right here. All of it attached to this. Chunks of it over here in the bottom right corner.
Melted Inverted Realm says large magnifying glass with the sun can melt rock.
Magnification,
Very true.
man. Yes. We've seen small scales example of that all the time. Eagle Eye Crew, this is where you're at. In the Nest, Melted Red Brick University. Like, share, and subscribe. We fly high, we fly straight, we fly together, and we bring you the melt. We bring you the truth, the reality of this realm. Brick love, one love to everybody out there. Now, we're going to go in kind of a reverse flow here because I didn't have time to go in and put these in order, but this is the last pick that is going to go backwards to the first pick. And I'm going to show you where we're at here in a minute. But here's another lighthouse. And there was a story that went with this. And this lighthouse was just recently sold. Okay. And what we have in the foreground here, and these, you're going to see these little narratives in here as we go on. You'll see what I'm going with this. Right down below here, all this mess down here, these are sea lions laying out down here on the bottom. Okay? Sea lions laying out on the melt down here in the bottom of this so-called lighthouse. And again, we can pick out our color differentials. The expansion, the collapse of the structure on the left side right here. Aperture, structure, expansion. Color differentials here in the expansion as it goes down into the melt. And we can see the red C14 in the foundation of it below. We can actually pick out ghosting internals throughout the whole thing. See? And again, this is a lighthouse, they're calling it.
So there's a couple questions here.
Sure.
Pants on the Ground asks, how is the render coming off? Render doesn't just fall off of buildings in 100 or so years.
Well,
And
sorry.
Miss,
Go ahead.
oh no, yeah, that was the question from Pants on the Ground.
How the rendering came off?
Yes.
We know that the melting point for brick is 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit and up. What shot through this realm and caused this damage far exceeded 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything has a melting point. Everything has a melting point. These things were laden with tech, laden with renditions, laden with metals of all kinds, internally and externally. Everything went up in the melt. This is a pocket of survival. Lighthouses are pockets of survival. This survived the X Factor event, the melt. Refurbished for lights out for those ships out in the ocean, refurbished for those purposes. But were they the actual purposes before the melt? I doubt it. This was right here.
Mr. Beast fan asked.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Mr. Beast fan asked who owned the lighthouse. This lighthouse.
Well, I'm not sure who the owner is, but it was going for $6.5 million back in 2022. Here's an up-close shot. They camped several days to clean and collect artifacts. They sent a team out here a long time ago, and they sent another team out here to clean it up for the sale and the purchase of it. Look at the stairs in this. Look at the wall over here with the expansion and the heat damage coming off down below it. Look at the texture of the wall of the structure behind this guy. And this goes right down in and goes down to the floodwaters. Look at this coming up, this railing coming up the stairs. Lost right here. Lost right here. Picks up again right here. This side over here. Melted. Heat damaged. Part of the structure. They come in and spent days to clean up and collect artifacts. They're showing us. But what they're showing us, look at this right here. Look at the disintegration of the wall right here and how it just splayed out in front of us. All this attached to this side of this structure is splaying out right here in front of us in the melt. Look at the expansion coming off this one back here. All this in front of it, dropping down buoyancy and density into the melt. These structures sink down within themselves, splaying out down into the melt. We can even look right through. This is a helicopter or a boat or something that they went out to. It was a boat. And this is a window we're looking out of. And we're looking right down on these stairs, giving us a nice little shot of the melt right here along the stairs. Expansion coming off here. The steps taking on different as it goes up. In preparation, volunteers took a helicopter to the lighthouse. Look at the waves down here once again. The structure, obviously, heat damage structure. How did they build that? And I can tell you where this is because I grew up here. I've seen this lighthouse from the shoreline, if you will, many times growing up. This is off the coast of Oregon, off a place called Tillamook, Oregon. This lighthouse feature sits. This melt sits out in the Pacific, about what, less than a mile off coast. And again, this is being sold for millions and millions of dollars. Cow sank down into itself. Look back here, top right corner, follow up here, and look how it expanded all the way up this, but in the front, the expansion got to right here. And this side over here, it expanded out. This here used to look like this over here to some extent. Now it's gone. Look. The expansion, distorting and destroying all of this feature right in here and all the way down. How do you build like that? You don't.
And then why is it worth so much money if it can only be reached if the weather and sea lions allow it? Like,
exactly.
It's ridiculous.
It's part of the National Wildlife Refuge. Here's your sea lions down below, resting, bathing in the sun, and they're laying on melt. Expansion. We've seen it many a times before. Wall features sinking down into the melt, blocking C14 brick right there, center pick. a mile off the northern coast of Oregon, off of a spot called Tillamook, up in the top part of Oregon along the coastline, a few miles down from Astoria. Melted structure. It's an abandoned 142-year-old lighthouse. So they're saying that this is 142 years old. Well, where'd they come up with that? And how in hell 140 years ago, 142 years ago, and older now, did they do that? Again, logistics, man. There it is. It's called Terrible Tilly, aka Rock Lighthouse. How'd they do that? Another spot in another lighthouse somewhere, and this is what's attached to the back side of the lighthouse, in the courtyard, if you will. It's all melt. The whole thing is structure. Just grass growing out on it now. This is another pocket of survival called Lighthouse. Here's an opening to the entrance of a so-called lighthouse. Texture, once again. The wall coming in here, heat damaged, into the melt, the texture, once again. Very bricky over here, look. Expansion coming off right here. Another section of a lighthouse. How'd they do that? This is structure. Look, there's a brick wall. Heat damage once again all the way through it. It's brick wall. You can't deny that that is structure right there. Look, brick wall and another side of the brick wall right here. See? Look at how it fused together right here. Look at that. Get your transitioning right here. And everything above it, the plants are growing on the melt, giving it this terracing. See this? This terracing? This is the angle of the melt right here on the back side in here. The grass and stuff is just growing in between, highlighting the lines right there. Structure, undeniable, right there. The Sunday Easy is where we're at. You're up here with Elizabeth Sumpner and Fervent Heat Meltology Inc., bringing you the melt. And I want to again thank you, Elizabeth. Such an honor to have you up in here with me, sweetheart.
Yeah, thanks for having me today.
Oh well, you know
Glad
what? Yes, you're gonna be getting the link every stream. All moderators. It's a lighthouse. Do we agree? Of course. It's right there. Their so-called lighthouse. But again, we look at the wall, the supporting structure, and it's all melt. And I love these kind of pics because these are very interesting right here. What's that? What's that for? Is it a walkway laid for everything to get up here? Or is this a pre-existing part that was existing before the melt? See how it branches off this way into this wall structure here? Look how melted that is. Why would they put that there? What purpose does this have? This is out in the middle of the water. This is right alongside the water. How'd they do this, and what is it for? This is in the melt.
Are
This
those
is
like tracks
Yeah.
embedded in those? In that?
Yes. Absolutely. And I've shown this, and many other meltologists have shown this kind of feature many a times. Many a times when I was doing the ski resort areas and breaking down the melt in those, we seen these features. You got to ask yourself how and why. How are they going to build this? We all agree that's a damn lighthouse, a structure, right? Well, how the fuck did they build that? Look how high those waves are. Look.
There's no way they would build something like that logically with water coming in that way.
Look at that. It's all building. This is all structure down in here. Do we agree? Look at the texture of this all the way up. This is what meltology does. It challenges you. It challenges you. How did they do this? This is the bottom section of a lighthouse. How did they do that? Obviously heat damaged. Look. Look where he's at. Water on this side, massive water on this side, coming up over right here in the back. So again, logistically, how the fuck did they do that? See? Look back here where the water's coming over. How did they hold that water back to build this motherfucker? Look at your brick in there. Look at that.
Pants
Dude,
on the
stand-
ground asks, so my next question is, where did the water come from?
Everywhere. Some say above, some say below. I say yes to both.
I agree with that.
The climate had to have changed with the heat energy that went through this realm and put these structures realm-wide in the condition they're in. The atmosphere had to have been different and obviously changed. We also know that in these structures, especially when you get up into the so-called mountains and stuff like that, you got fresh water running right out the side of these things with no reservoirs around whatsoever. No water source around, and you still have fresh water running out of them. Whoever was in this realm before the melt were masters of hydraulics, masters of etheric energy. They built these structures to work in unison with it all. That's where your water is coming from. The plumbing is still active. It's just having to take a different route through the melt. Here we see a close-up of a metal framing on a melted structure called the lighthouse. This is the underneath of a metal framing right here that was in the melt. Look at that. This is a metal beam. This is metal going all the way under. We're looking at the underside of that. Look at that. This wasn't due to salt and disintegration of the metal. This is heat damaged metal. See? Here's some stairs leading up. They docked right down here with their boat, and these are the stairs coming up to a lighthouse. Look at that. All the way down. Do you build like that? No. Again, we're back to these. These were very interesting to me. Like I said, I'm going with refurbished melt. And we see it right here in the front. Look. It's right here. Cooked out, scorched, melted off. C14 right there. Structure right there. I contend they refurbished these parts of the melt. Again, I'm looking at texture on these things. And we'll get into it with more picks coming up here. But I'm getting into the texture of these things. Because if these are concrete, they had to be poured in a form. They didn't come up here and slap a little concrete here, wait for it to dry, slap a little more, and make all this shit. When you pour concrete, it's a one pour job. Okay? Again, looking through, inside, trying to get as much as we can. See? Now we do have people here. There are people up here. Very rich. The owners, the occupiers. But when I get into these, I get into the melt. And I see what they're foundationed on. Transitioning right there. Texture. And when I look at the reflection here off of this glass, we can see the reflection of people here, and we can see the blocking, the melt that they're standing on here, and the high elevation that this place is on up here. Again, logistics. Logistics. Look how high up we are. Look at all your rubble right here. All structure. All C14, all brick block. So they packed up all the concrete to build this shit. All the logistics to create this. Look. From up here all the way down to back here. How'd they do that? Logistics again. Did they bring their concrete trucks up here with all their crews and build huge forms up here to pour all this? Is that what they're telling us? Texture. Once again, always break down your meltology clues. Texture first and foremost. Color differentials. It's right here. Now, some are going, Dean, you're fucking crazy. That's made. They poured that. There's nothing to that. Well, what the fuck is this? It's all heat damaged here. Look. How'd they do that? Did they pour this too? What's below it? What's this? Right here. Did they pour this too? Things that make you ask questions, man. How'd they do that? Look, from here to here, we got a straight line. Expanded out, disintegrated grass fucking growing on it now, and then it goes back down here into the corner where we just were. How'd they do that? And why? They got a nice little fence around it to keep people out from going up in here. What's this? We have this piece of the structure here. Look how it's lifted here and angled down here. Then we get into the middle here. And what the fuck is this? Inside. We have this border here, but what's this? And then what's this in the middle? We come over here and we're looking at the reflection off of this pane out, and we see melted structure through it in the back. Way up there, as you can tell, looking down into the melt through the reflection. And then the texture on this, once again, man, the texture. Look at the texture on this. Sticking out over here, shards of the structure right here. And they're attributing these to very rich people, and they're calling, I forget what they're calling these, modern or advanced homes or whatever. I'm calling them repurposed melt. Now, getting into another structure, and has anybody ever seen this before? Do you know where we're at right here? Anybody?
I do not.
Okay. This is
Nobody say anything.
this is a structure that's been classified as a seed vault. Yes, a seed vault. The narrative is all the powers that be are collecting seeds from all over, and they're storing these mass amounts of seeds, plants, seeds of all different kinds in here for some doomsday event. In here, so after the doomsday event, they can recultivate these seeds and start growth again. That's what this structure is attributed to. I'm wondering why the fuck it looks like this. And again, logistically, how the fuck they do that? This is out in the middle of nowhere in very desolate spot. How'd they do that? And what's up with the texture? Look, man, that's fucking meltology right there. That's not a concrete pour. That's melted right there. And what's this little red thing coming off here? What the hell is the only thing that has any real color to it? This red thing. What the hell is that doing there? What is that? Is that the old ladder lean trick? Is that the old leaning something up against it trick? I don't think so. Very interesting feature right there. What is that? But then again, look at the texture behind this thing, man. And what's this? Is that for decoration? What the fuck is that? Well, I'm seeing crystallization in it. Do you? I'm seeing melt in this right here. Here we are, right here. If you want to research it, there you go, right there. Global Seed Vault. Out in the middle of fucking nowhere, attached to this melt behind.
Freya says maybe that was the old world seed / DNA vault.
How they build it. Look at that. Transition, man. Look at that. Or is this a narrative? Has anybody been in here? Has anybody ever got any inside shots of this thing? Look at the door. Again, texture. Look at your transitioning. Right there. And again, what the fuck is this? Is that artwork? Where's that melt? And why would they build it like that? Why would they put this right here? What is up with that? Another shot of it over here. Different lighting, different angle. Does that look like a concrete pour to you? Is that an arch? Sure looks like one. Ghosted. All of it. Ghosted. Expansion. Eat damage. Another shot. Look at your grading now on this angle. Remember that grate that was going down the front? Looks different at this angle. See, here's your piece up top. This is the grading that was down below. Looks different now. Looking down, we're switching up. You know me, crew. I like to fly all over the fucking place. Anywhere I can find melt, I'm in it. And I'm looking at this one here with you. And what are we looking at here? Well, we're looking at a high elevation pic of a mining operation on a massive scale. And what we have in the right here is the piece of equipment here. Okay, looking down on the melt. And this is a big mining machine right here that's chewing away, as we can see, on the side of this melt right here. These buckets that turn and just chew away and collect all this shit, all this melted brick, all this brick ash to process it out. What are these? Are these from the bucket? Well, if these are from the bucket, then why does it look like this over here after the buckets went through? And if the bucket's going through right here, leaving these features here, did they do them down here too? Because this looks like melt flow to me. These look like walls. These look like structure to me. They don't look like bucket carvings to me. See? Structure. So they're bringing in and putting in place these huge mining projects, and they're just chewing away at the melt. They're eating away at the layers in the melt. They've been reprocessing the melt and serving it up to us for our whole lives. Everything that we really use today is from the melt in one way or another. And look at your crystallization line running through this. And what are these features in the side down here? Right here. Oops, sorry. What are these features right here? See it? Internals. Look at each side. Get this back here. Another angle of it, looking down. Here's the tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tracks that supports this big crane mining piece here. See? Here's your buckets eating into it. See how they bring it in like a clockwise motion and it digs in up here and eats out? Well, we can see what it did over here. We can see what it did back here. But what about in front right here? What's this? Right here. That's a wall. And they're going to chew it up and mine it. And what's all this back here? Part of the big mining operation, also known as the melt. These areas are real good to focus on when you get into meltology, because once again, you don't know what you're going to find. And when you get in, you got to pop the detail, and you got to look at the total pick, all of the evidence. And what's this? Looking down into the melt. See how it's different than everything around it? Lines, blocks, expansion. How many times have we seen the sides of castle walls that look like this right here? As far as texture. All of this that runs through there. Okay, we're going to get a little deeper here now. And I popped this one for a reason. Now, ask yourself this question. What would you be able to do with $50 trillion? Think about it. If you now had access and owned 50 trillion, what could you buy? Well, the liars and the deceivers, these are the toys that they like to buy. And yeah, that's a fucking submarine. And that's probably a smaller submarine compared to a lot of the other ones that are now coming out. Think about it. If you had something like this that ran for 30 years without any refueling, where could you go? How long could you stay hidden? Untouchable, if you will. Hang on, crew. I'm going to back out here a second. Give me a second. You still with me, Elizabeth?
Yep,
Okay, hon.
sure am. I was just reading Red Bricks was saying something about my name.
Haha. Okay, I'm going to come back out center here for just a second. Just give me a second. There we go. Here we are. Yeah, man. You know, I like to get into the melt, different shots, going everywhere. I try to challenge myself to get out there and find stuff that hasn't really been touched on. Now, we've touched on infrastructure and all this stuff before, but there's so much evidence out there and so many areas to look into with meltology. You don't know what you're going to find. And, quarry sites, construction sites, anywhere where like big landslides that have happened and opened up everything to where you can see down into the layers. Anywhere where you can get down into the melt, you can find meltology. It's right there. And,
Yep,
you know,
100%.
that's the wonderful thing about this. There's not a lack of evidence at all. And,
Yep. All you
And,
got to do is go out and start looking for it.
that's it. That's it. And,
Good
you know,
brother.
what's that?
I said good work today with your
Oh, well, thank you, honey.
yeah.
Is some stuff that I grabbed throughout the last few days after I crawled back from work. Much more coming. Just give me a second here. Going to touch on a few things.
Really,
Yeah.
really quick. Freya made a comment earlier that I thought was really interesting, but I didn't want to. Let's see where to go. Oh, she says, I wonder if the glaciers of melt cooled much slower at the edge of our known realm. Crystals form when heat cools very slowly. Basalt type rock happens with rapid cooling.
Interesting thought processes, Freya. Interesting thought processes. This is what we do. We ask questions in breaking down the melt. When this place went up, and I've talked about this with Spartan and many others, before the melt, when everything was in its pristine working condition, however it looked, however big it was, vast it is, everything was different, from the climate to the structures to us as far as where we fit in this melted picture. The beings that were here before us, our ancestors of the ancestors, if you will, wherever we came from. When this place went up and went down, the areas like the Antarctic and the Arctic, why do we see so much different in the crystallization than we do here in the main part of the melt where we all are at? Was there some kind of a vacuum that happened? It looks to me like the firmament was affected. They call them luminaries, but the etheric energy, the luminaries, connected with everything here, and how far ever down it went, working together in unison. What did this realm look like? And then when it happened, why the stark difference from the Arctic regions?
Yeah.
Again, they're going to go with the narratives of the heliocentric model and all of that, but we know that that's bullshit. And the reason I brought up that submarine pic, the last one, is because I want asking a question: how many times have we seen in all these conflicts submarines being used? We haven't. I haven't seen any launches from the submarines. Now they'll show them as far as training or whatever, but we've never really heard of them being used in tactical operations. And you're talking about huge underwater technology that can go to and fro for 30 years, they say, without any where could you go with such devices? How many people could you shove in these things and take wherever? How many people could you shove from wherever and bring here? How much supplies and everything else could you pack full of these things to take somewhere where you were going to set up shop in another location? They've been using this submersible technology forever now. Where have they gone with this shit?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because we really don't hear much about what they're doing with that technology.
No. They keep us all on this fear, war mindset. And it's all cover story for what they're really doing. And that's what Meltology does. It brings out these motherfuckers and their treachery. It really does. Because when you get critical thinkers, free thinkers, up here working together, we can bring a lot of heat. And a lot of heat needs to be added. We need to light a fire under these motherfuckers and start demanding explanations for shit. So, that's where Meltology takes us. If you're new up in here, we're more than just showing melted structures. We're showing this melted realm, but we're also showing the deception, which it all umbrellas, Meltology. And that's why they've been doing what they've been doing for decades now. They all keep us distracted with the sports ball games, the Super Bowls and the World Series and all the sporting events, all the other bullshit, all all the stuff to keep us in the bread and circus, if you will. When you're fat, stupid, and happy, you're not going to ask questions, especially ones that threaten your comfort zone. And that's where they got everybody, I believe, nowadays. Nobody wants to make waves. They want to go with the status quo. Well,
Right. That's absolutely it. And that's a major issue. It's interesting. When somebody is awake or not it's almost like they're taken over by something. Like if you start talking about any real truth, it's like their mind is instantly just taken over and they're taken into another world and their eyes go blank. It's really weird. It's like the whole non-player character,
Yeah.
where it's like, do you really even have any thought? And it's sad. It's sad that I think a lot of the chemicals in our food and in our air and things have a lot to do with that. Like they've been spraying in Missouri for the last couple of months pretty much straight. Like it is constantly this really, really thick haze. And I don't know about you, but I'm majorly affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it puts me into a really bad head fog and it's really hard to be productive, And so it's like, I really like that is part of the warfare as well, to keep us from being able to be as productive as we can for those of us who are into seeking the truth and getting it out. If I don't feel good, then how much am I going to be able to do today? So there's a whole lot to this.
Absolutely, you're right. And that stare that you just talked about that people get, I like to call it the fluoride stare.
Yes. Yeah.
Because we've lost
It's
the
heavy
ability
in this
to.
area.
Yeah. We've been attacked from the get-go forever now. And we need to wake up and realize that. That's why we have the pushback that we're getting, is because so many people have literally drank the Kool-Aid for so long now that they can't process this information. It's beyond their cognitive abilities anymore.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, the indoctrination is getting a hell of a lot worse than it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago. What we were exposed to as children back then, way different now. The indoctrination, and now actually what's going on is they're turning our lovely, beautiful children that we send off to indoctrination camp, they're making them into little foot soldiers now.
Yeah.
And they've done this before. They always go after the children. Because if you can alter the perception of people, of humanity in just a couple of generations, you can wipe out all of history. They've done it before. Look what we got now. We know our history is bullshit. So,
Yeah, isn't it? It only takes like 3 generations to basically you can completely change the minds by 3 generations.
Yes.
Because you've got the first generation, you've got this mindset, and then the next generation, they're going to be a little bit more open. And then the next generation coming up after that, they're just, it's a free game at that point.
Exactly. And, you're absolutely right, Elizabeth. This generation, they can do it by generations, just a short couple ones. But what they've done with this technology is they've changed it from one generation automatically to another, a dramatic shift. And what I mean by that is this. When I was growing up back in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, they came out with these solar calculators. And these things cost like $700. These things cost like $700 when they first came out. And within a few years, they were giving them away by opening up a checking account at a bank. And then the technology has just exploded since then. It's been taking them a few generations to change the history that I grew up with, but with the introduction of this technology and introducing it into the educational system with our children, they've changed it totally dramatically within one generation. We have people alive today now that don't know this world without this tech. This tech is their world. You know,
and I don't know if I could live without it now.
Well, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Because that's how I mean, this, for instance, like we couldn't all connect without this because we'd be one person in a little town, you know?
Yes. Yes. So what does this tell us? This tech is great, but this tech has alternative, nefarious, situational turnout, if you will. You know, you get in and you think about it with all the stuff that the restrictions on speech, with, you know, us having to watch what we say with this tech. You know, Truth Seeker 69, go talk with Jen and see what they do to you when they don't like what you're saying. You know, she'll tell you right off the bat. She's been in the trenches with that shit forever. Fuck it. Talk with Davros.
Yeah.
Out of Australia, Davros has been taken off more than anybody that I know. And most of it by memes.
Really?
You know? Oh, Davros has been hit so many times. Jen has been hit so many times. You know, when I first come up here, I was new to the tech, getting used to it and all that. And the Dean finger came about, and I was clicking myself out all the fucking time, if you remember. But there's quite a few times to where it wasn't me. And I know it wasn't. And Spartan, the same thing. Mark, the same thing. Anybody else that's been up doing this kind of breakdown on this topic, Meltology, has experienced the tech fuckery, if you will. And, you know.
Yeah, I haven't experienced like a total shutdown yet.
Right.
I'm waiting for it. But I will barely be on for any period of time at all, and I'll start sharing things, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, your account's restricted. You've and it'll be like a really vague answer of what I did, you know, but it's like I can't do anything for another hour, 3 hours, or whatever, and it's like, what? I barely even did anything. I literally only been on for 5 minutes. So there's definitely some censorship and nefarious hands at work.
Well, you know, they've taken Jen down so many times. They've taken down stuff that happened months before and brought it back up and hit her with a strike. So they get to pick and choose when they want to fuck with you over whatever. They can make whatever up. We know this.
Yeah.
Banning,
basically, if you start creating too much of a wave, then that's when they're going to start really cracking down on it.
Exactly. And that's why I'm so glad that you opened us up with your boots on the ground, Elizabeth, because this is vitally important. They can take away the tech, but they can't take away our ability to get out and show this shit. They can try with their little whatever they create, but you know. Yeah,
it's interesting because I've been into photography like since I was a little kid, and took a break from it for a while. My mom died and some things like with the family, so I didn't do anything with my photography for a long time. And then I started picking it up right about the time that I was
I hope I'm still up in here. Hold on a minute. Something going on here. All right, just seeing if I'm still live. Eagle Eye Crew, give me something in the chat. Am I up or is Elizabeth up? Elizabeth, you froze up on me. I can't hear you. Okay, it looks like I'm still up. Yeah, Elizabeth froze up here. She was on hotspot, I think, to power up her tech to get in here. So that might have went down. And it looks like that might be the case. But just a second, crew. Okay, yeah, I'm still up. But yeah, Elizabeth got bumped out there. So thank you, Elizabeth Sumpner, moderator for Melted Red Brick University. Come on up in here and ride shotgun with me, Meltology Inc. I was honored, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I can't express how am I trying to say it? I can't express how much of importance it is to come up and get live stream as long as we have left to do this. And I am so glad and honored for Jen, True Seeker 69, coming in today into the chat and showing her brick love to us all. And thank you, Jen. I love you. I respect you. And everybody else out there as well. You know how I feel. I've expressed it many a times. And just a second. It's very important. And I've said this before, but if you're new up in here, I avatar as fervent heat. And the reason I do that is because of the passion that I feel personally for this information. And Spartan brought me up in here. And like I said before, I never got into the tech, the Facebook, hardly carried a cell phone. I had my little iPad that was given to me, and I used that to discover Meltology. And it paradigm shifted me so much. And at that same time, my youngest son just had his first son, my grandson. And through all the chat and everything I got involved with before Melted Red Brick University, I was holding him and taking care of him at the same time, getting involved in Meltology. And the paradigm shift in seeing my grandson and holding him at the same time, thus I go by fervent heat. That passion, come on, for this. Very heated passion. Because it made me understand the deception. And it put together everything for me with what we were going through at the first stage of the first, the introduction of the face mask. And all that happening caused a lot of strain on me as much as it did you, with how you went through that, how it really caused a lot of suffering in your life and those around you. So all this is kind of coming together very interestingly for me personally. And getting to know everybody here through Meltology reassured me that there is still hope. And through everything that everybody's been into, you salty ones out there, we come up in here together as a collective to do this. Through our own human condition that we were facing through the shit sandwich that was being served up on everybody, realm-wide. And it had its effect on us with our own each individual human condition. And I see now that we all are breaking through our human condition and coming back together again. I opened up the nest for Melted Red Brick University. There are no more answering the question. Oh, and by the way, the answer to the question that we used to ask to get in, to get accepted to Melted Red Brick University was, what is a mountain? That's it. That was the one question that we required to be accepted in here. And we turned away thousands and thousands and thousands of people because they weren't answering that question. Because what we were trying to do is get a collective up in here with a thought process established. So we didn't have to go through all the haters, trolls, religion, narrative, and all the other narratives attacking us as meltologists. We didn't want that. We wanted people up in here that were on the flight path with us, because the evidence is overwhelming and the evidence is vast, and we have a long way to go, and we have an even longer way to get there still. But we came in as a collective of people, deep thinkers that understood, comprehended this melt. So, we kept at bay with that question, those that didn't see it yet. And, times went on, and there's a lot of interest in meltology now. And I'm not only seeing it just with meltology pages. I'm hearing it in the language, in conversations, throughout the media, shows, documentaries, narratives starting to change a little bit more. The terminology is getting a little bit more familiar to our ears now. It's getting out there. And, they've known about this forever. They know that we know that they know that we mostly don't know, if you will, about meltology and what this fucking realm really is and how expansive it goes. So, where am I going with this? Well, we've come a long way. And I now opened the nest. We don't ask that question anymore. We're accepting everybody. Have been for a month or so now. I put that out there on the page. I've said it live stream. I'm saying it again. That's the reason we have 6 new moderators up in here. Because we're getting a lot more involvement in the chat, in the comments on the page about the evidence. And We're still going to have those naysayers, those debunkers, all those ones. We want critical thinkers. We want questions, obviously, but we're not going to be attacked with your bullshit narratives anymore, or your militant approach, if you will, your aggressive nature, if you will, your mockery, your insult, if you will. We don't stand for that. We'll get rid of you instantly. And that's why moderators, again, I quote Spartan Red, you have to be tough. You have to be tough. You got to be aware that you're going to be dealing with a lot of unpleasant people out there. We don't want to be terminating X button anybody that's asking critical, good thinking questions that are challenging. We accept that. We want that. Deep thinkers out there. We want those different opinions, but in a critical thinking way. You don't just get to come up in here, call us all stupid, and drop the fucking mic and think that you're going to be up in here anymore. That's not going to happen. Our moderators are just going to take you out, and we move on because we've been doing this shit for a few years now. It's nothing new. So moderators, we got a bunch of people in. We're up to over almost 5,000 now, and really that's small numbers compared to all the numbers you see on all the other chans out there that don't even deal with meltology, that deal with sports ball, what actress or actor is doing this now. You know, we got the fires everywhere now. We got so much out there to distract us and confuse us. We stick with the evidence. Spartan Red set that first and foremost in our standards. We stick with the evidence, because when we stick with the evidence, we have the foundation for truth at our feet. Mark Galot, our Melted Reality, said that. And he's absolutely right. And so is Spartan. It's about the evidence. Because they can call me whatever they want to, and they have. They've called me hater. They've called me stupid. They've called me all kinds of fucking shit. And that's just my own blood family. It's quite interesting. But I stick with the evidence. And when we get people in the chat and the comments are made, moderators, stick with the evidence. Stick with your color differential. Stick with everything that we break down on live stream. That's what the evidence is showing us. And that's what we are. Meltologists, we are translators for the melt. We're learning the lingo. We're creating our own language to communicate this melted message from this melted realm. And we're challenging academia and all the other narratives with this. So you got to be tough, moderators, and you got to be fair. Like I said, screenshot anything that you're going to do, get it to me for review, please, if you can. I got the ability to get in, look for it. But like I said, I work a lot too. So moderators, keep that in mind when people are requesting intro into Melted Red Brick University. We're accepting everybody. And we're also into the chat. And we're also keeping control of our home, our nest. Because we got a lot of work to do. And I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, some things have happened in the last year. And things change. They're called growing pains. Because we're growing, and we're growing fast. And Spartan, Laughing Eagle, our cunt, my cunt, blessed us, honored us in the nest this morning. And I want to express our one love, Rick love to you from the crew, brother. And Spartan is dealing with his human condition and what he's went through. And he's back. But he's going to be behind the scenes a bit more. Producing. And that's why I'm bringing all the mods in. You'll be getting the link to every live stream from now on. Whether you can make it or not, you'll get the link. If you can, great. If you can't, I get it. But we're wanting to get you up in here more. We're wanting to show people, yes, you do have the ability to get up in here. You do have the ability to challenge yourself. Because there's no fear up in here. Another reason I chose Fervent Heat is because I cremated my straw man. The same one that given to you when you entered into this realm. I created that. I incinerated that. And this is Dean. This is who I should have been most of my life. So that's why I go by this avatar, because I'm brutally honest. I hide nothing anymore. I used to be conscientious about what others thought and all of this, and I speak my mind, I speak my truth. And it might be a little hard on the ears. That's your human condition. You have to deal with that. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is being real and being me. And so is yours. So if you want to choose an avatar in Meltology, get up in here, create you. Show us your melt. Show us your evidence. Let us know what's in your thought process, your critical thinking. Because that's what we have up in here. Critical thinkers with no fear. I love everybody. And thank you for all for coming into the nest this morning with me and with Elizabeth. And to Fred, I love you, brother. Thank you for the talk this morning, man. Let's do it again real soon. Melted Red Brick University, like, share, and subscribe. Backup channel on Odyssey. You can go there, catch Spartan on the gram, Spartan or Die. You can donate there if you wish, and you can catch up with all the archives, all the first streams, everything Spartan's put out there for us on this platform is there, and you can find it. So, with that being said, you know, crew, just a second. Let me do this. Hold on. Sandra Boys, The Drake, Mr. Beast Fan, Pants on the Ground, Melanie Moran, Jennifer, True Seeker 69, like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. Jen's got a trip coming up to Arizona, California, somewhere out there, Jen. Need a little bit of help. Show her some love. Give her some brick love. MIR, Curtis 47, Three Fingers, Sandra Boys, many, many, many more. Freya, Brick Love Honey. Just a second, crew. Absolutely, Freya. There's nothing to hide up here. And, you know, you deal with what you need to deal with in your way as far as what others think of you and about this topic. And I'll say this before we go, and I touched on this before. Not only are we meltologists, we are now a group. We are we're a support group for each other now. So if anybody out there has going through any hard times with people very close to them, and need to get some insight into how to deal with it or whatever, I'm a click away. Text me. If you got the ability to call me, do it. I've reached out and talked with many meltologists going out there, going through hard times and helping me as much as I was hoping to help them. So yes, we are a support group for each other as well. That's called love. So, Dallas Kiss, brother, there you are. There you are. You're welcome, MIR. You're welcome, everybody out there. I love you. And Brick Love, One Love. And from Spartan Red, you know. Mel, this one's for you. This one's for everybody out there. Little gift from Spartan Red. Brick Love, One Love. See you soon.